Good evening, everyone. My name is William Iannuzzi. I'm president of the Board of Education. I would like to call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Mr. Iannuzzi,
Here.
Ms. Barrios Brooks,
Here.
Ms. Castellano Minaya,
Present.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Ross,
Present.
Mr. Vega. Sorry, I don't have it in front of me. Ms. Williams, Ms. Bavosa.
Present.
Did I call Ms. Ross? A quorum is present.
Thank you. Colleagues, can I get a motion and a second to go immediately into executive session to meet with district counsel and discuss the employment history of particular persons, which may lead to the employment of a particular person?
Castellano Minaya.
Second, Bavosa.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We should be back to start the public session of the meeting, probably around 7:15-ish, a little late today, but we will be back. Good evening, everyone. My name is William Iannuzzi. I'm president of the Board of Education. We're going to vote on a couple things just to get the business out of the way, and then we can start with our presentations. Colleagues, can I get a motion in a second to reconvene the public session of the meeting?
So moved. Go.
So moved, Bavosa.
Second, Castellano Minaya.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Can we all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Colleagues, can I get a motion in a second to accept minutes of the Board of Education special meeting held on January 23rd, 2024, as submitted by the clerk and secretary to the Board of Education?
So moved, Bavosa.
Second, Ross.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Right now, our next item on the agenda is Board of Education announcements. Do any of my colleagues have any announcements they would like to make? Yes, Ms. Brooks?
Two quick ones. One, the New Rochelle Fund for Excellence Gala last week was well attended by my board colleagues. It was so great to see you there, as well as so many staff and administration from the district. It was a really well attended event, raised tons of money for our schools, and I'm really looking forward to the Poetry Out Loud event in the coming weeks that will be sponsored by the fund as a result of their success. The other is just a reminder that the Black History Month event is at the high school this Saturday. I'm really looking forward to performances, art. I know that there'll be vendors there as well, so please check out the district website to get more information and hope to see you there. And happy Black History Month.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks.
I just wanted to remind everyone, hopefully you got the call from the district today, that there will be a mobile food pantry tomorrow at Isaac Young.
Thank you, Ms. Castellano. All right, seeing no more announcements, we're moving on to our superintendent's update. Dr. Reynolds, I'll throw it over to you.
Thank you very much, President Iannuzzi. Good evening, everybody here in attendance in the audience, and good evening to all of our families and friends at home. I will keep my report short just for the sake of time this evening. Please keep in mind that during the week of February 19th through 23rd, schools will be closed for our winter break. So please, parents, if you do not have that on your calendar, make sure you mark your calendar. And I know that you'll be sending your children back to us very readily on Monday, February 26th. So with that, Mr. President, I cede my time.
Great, thank you so much, Dr. Reynolds. So next up are discussion items, with the first one being the Trinity School presentation. So colleagues, if we can go down to the front row, and then Dr. Reynolds, if you want to set the stage for Mr. Hildebrand.
So good evening again. It is my pleasure and my honor to welcome you to Trinity School. This evening, we're going to hear a presentation from our school leadership, and we are going to be led by none other than our Trinity School principal, Mr. Michael Hildebrand. You may notice that he has an infirmity with his pants, but you can check out his socks. We know that that is a running theme for Mr. Hildebrand, and I said running. Oh, running theme. So we welcome you to Trinity School, everyone, as we will travel through time here at Trinity. Thank you for your time and attention.
Scholars, this is our time. Come on. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Superintendent Dr. Reynolds, Board President Mr. Iannuzzi, board members, parents, teachers, students, and guests. My name is Michael Hildebrand, and it is my distinct honor to welcome you to Trinity Elementary School this evening. Buenas noches, Trinity! Now, tonight we have the pleasure of sharing with you just a little bit of the magic that occurs here at Trinity Elementary School each and every day. We have our student performers this evening, and we have our Trinity Mathemagicians. But before we begin, I must acknowledge that we are just one piece of the puzzle that is the City School District of New Rochelle. And I'd like to share our vision. The City School District of New Rochelle is a trusting, collaborative, and innovative, high-performing educational organization that challenges, celebrates, and nurtures the whole child. Our mission solidifies that the City School District of New Rochelle is committed to fostering a safe environment and providing a high-quality education that is authentic, inclusive, collaborative, and prepares the whole child to engage in a diverse world. And speaking about a diverse world, we're a beautifully diverse school community with 844 of the most glorious scholars that you could ever imagine. Not only is our school racially, ethnically, and socioeconomically diverse, but we're also diverse in our learning styles and unique capabilities. Over 20% of our students are learning English as a new language, and that means that they are on their way to being multilingual. Almost 20% of our students have individualized education plans to highlight their unique capabilities and ensure that we, the educators, are challenging and supporting them in unique ways. Well, tonight, we're gonna feature some of these amazing, unique scholars and superb educators that are engaging in the Trinity magic. We're gonna begin with celebrating our performing artists. This winter, we had the support of the Trinity PTA to put on and host our off-Broadway production of Aladdin Jr. We had kindergartners through 5th grade scholars shining on this stage and on these risers. So folks, please join me in welcoming with a huge round of applause our Trinity performers.
I can show you the world, shining, shimmering, splendid. Tell me, princess, now when did you last let your heart decide? I can open your eyes, take you wonder by wonder, over, sideways, and under, on a magic carpet ride. A whole new world, a new fantastic point of view. No one to tell us no, or where to go, or say we're only dreaming. A whole new world, a dazzling place I never knew. But when I'm way up here, it's crystal clear that now I'm in a whole new world with you. Now I'm in a whole new world with unbelievable sights, indescribable feeling, soaring, tumbling, freewheeling through wind and this diamond sky. A whole new world. Don't you dare close your eyes. 100,000 hold your breath, it gets better. I'm like a shooting star. I've come so far. I can't go back to where I used to be. Every turn of surprise, every moment red letter. I'll chase them anywhere. there's time to spare. Let me share this whole new world with you. A whole new world. That's where we'll be. A thrilling chase. For you and me. Like sprinkles at the end. Wah wah wah, oh my, wah wah wah, no no, wah wah wah, ha ha ha. Well, Baba had them 40 thieves who had about 1,000 tales. Well, Master, you're in luck, 'cause up your sleeve you got a red and never fails. You got some power in your corner now, some heavy ammunition in your hands. You got some punch, 'cause that's your who and how. So all you gotta do is rub that lamp, and I'll say, Mr. Aladdin, sir, what will your pleasure be? Let me take your order, I'll jot it down. You ain't never had a friend like me. Life is your restaurant, and I'm your maitre d'. Come on, whisper what it is you want. You ain't never had a friend like me. We pride ourselves on service. You're the boss, the king, the Shah. Say what you wish is yours. You didn't have a little more baklava. Try some of column A, try all of column B. I'm in the mood to help you, dude. You ain't never had a friend like me. Wah wah wah, oh my, wah wah wah, no no, wah wah wah, ha ha ha. Your friends do this, your friends do that. Your friends pull this out the little hat. Give me a doggy bag, Genie's taking it home. Mr. Aladdin, sir, have a wish or two or three. I'm on the job, you big nabob. You ain't never had a friend, never had a friend. You ain't never had a friend, never had a friend. You ain't never had a friend like me. Oh my, wah wah wah, no no, wah wah wah, ha ha ha. You ain't never had a friend like me. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, Trinity! Un aplauso, Trinity! Oh my goodness sakes, that was magical. Thank you, scholars. Can I get another applause for our performers? My goodness sakes, what a wonderful evening. But scholars, that was super exciting, but there's even more to come. So now we've got to get ready for some math magic. So Mrs. Murturi, can you help us get on track for our journey this evening? Scholars, can you help me welcome Mrs. Murturi?
They always give me the biggest smile. That was awesome, guys. Good evening, everyone. This year's Trinity focus has been directed at increasing students' proficiency and decreasing disparities among groups of each grade level in mathematics. This aligns with Objective C from the district's roadmap. We've incorporated several approaches to meeting the needs of our students in math. This includes a strong Tier 1 math instruction, professional learning for teachers, math academic intervention support student groups, math enrichment, and family engagement. Our math program has found success as a result of the work done by our Trinity team. Now I'd like to welcome our math coach, Joanna Vasquez, to tell us some more.
Hello. Tonight we celebrate math at Trinity. Before we start, though, let's share the vision our district has for teaching and learning mathematics. Some of the things that stand out to me are math happens in New Rochelle when students engage in productive struggle, challenge each other's thinking, exhibit a growth mindset, and take risks. They collaborate with peers, and they make connections to the real world. Students do this every day in school. They do it in math, and they do it in other subjects. But let's try it tonight. Let's try it right now. We're gonna do an activity called Which One Doesn't Belong? And so I want you to take a look at the 4 fractions. And Aladdin scholars, I think you could do this. And I want you to think about which one doesn't belong. And guess what? There's more than one answer. So take a second. And if you are in the Aladdin crew, maybe you can raise your hands and come up with some ways. Lakesh, what do you think? Yes. I'll give you a second, okay? All right, does anyone see one? Cameron. Okay, why does it not belong?
In the corner, right up there.
Tell me why it doesn't belong, Cameron.
Because there was one gap missing. It's supposed to be right there. It's supposed to be 3/4.
It's supposed to be 3/4.
Yes.
You're correct. All the others are 3/4. And it's your birthday. Happy birthday. All right. Is there another one that does not belong? LaShawn, take it away.
The blue one does not belong because that's the only one that shows thirds and the other one shows fourths.
Great. And one more. Anybody want to take a risk? Sloan, I see your hand up. Let's go, Sloan.
The one that I think that doesn't belong is the purple one in the corner because everyone is the angle where it's supposed to be, but that one doesn't look like a proper fraction because it's tilted.
It's tilted and the rest are not. All right, good job. All right, guys, let's move on. But thank you for your help. Okay, so student engagement and learning come when teachers are provided with the right resources and are easily accessible. The professional learning that comes with that is also important. Last year, teachers were provided with a district math vision that we just practiced, a scope and sequence, and then this year we were introduced with our district's curriculum map that includes learning targets aligned with our district scope and sequence. Our math vision grounds our approach in math instruction, and our curriculum map and math resources are what makes our vision come to action. In addition to our district's resources, we have been also working very closely with New Perspectives, a math consulting company. Both coaches and partner teachers have had the opportunity to further develop their math practices. To make the work come alive, teachers and coaches sat side by side as students to navigate new units. We are focused on deepening our understanding in place value and fractions. Another approach to professional learning is by meeting with teachers to review grade level and individual class data. Together, we review student work to identify students' common needs, assess their misunderstandings, and share Tier 1 strategies. We do this to increase student learning. Teachers discuss and review student work samples at various levels, ranging from students who fully meet the benchmarks to students who need extra support. We also look at our district curriculum maps that include the learning targets, our prerequisite skills that are needed before starting the upcoming unit. We make modifications to our scope and sequence to support learners at various levels. We also modify our instruction because we base it on our data, but we also base it on introducing engagement activities with student voice. One of our new math units in kindergarten is called Road to Red. This unit starts with students making connections to the real world and then making concrete representations of their learning. After reading the story Road to Red, students create and act out scenes that represent 5 baby chicks. They then build a math tool with 5 beads and continue to practice their combinations of 5. This week-long unit provides a positive math experience to our youngest learners through a constructivist approach. Another approach to providing engaging math instruction is keeping it relevant. Last year, we changed the context for a multiplication task. Students had to create a set of stamps to represent a multiplication array. In a discussion with our district math coaches, we modified this activity to make it more relatable to our students' needs and interests. Instead of stamps, students made a set of Pokemon cards. Changing the context of the math situation made students connect their learning to their interests. Our math tasks and units can be engaging to our students, but sometimes they might need a little more. I'd like to invite our MTSS coordinator, Jen Betts, to discuss how Trinity meets our students' unique needs in math.
Hi, everyone. To address student needs related to math, we use something called the MTSS process. That stands for Multi-Tiered Systems of Support. We provide support to students at different levels as indicated by the tiers on the pyramid. Tier 1 includes all learners. To ensure that all students get continued practice and support in the classroom, we use activities like calendar math in kindergarten and first grade, number strings, daily math review, and a computer program called Reflex Math. At times, some students need extra support. These students are identified for Tier 2 support using STAR data and classroom assessments. Tier 2 students may be provided with small group instruction in and outside of the classroom via our Math AIS program. When students are identified at a Tier 3 level, they receive Math AIS services and their progress is monitored weekly to make adjustments to their instruction as needed. We use data along the way to reflect on our progress and make plans for continued growth. This graph shows our Winter Star assessment data. The graph shows that over half of our students are performing at grade level and above. And when comparing fall to Winter Star test scores, the test scores indicated a 9% increase for students at or above the district benchmark. So that's worth celebrating. Woo! Additionally, comparing STAR math scores from the fall to the winter indicated a 6% decrease for students that fell in the urgent intervention category, so also worth celebrating. This progress could be attributed to the Tier 1, 2, and 3 interventions via our daily math review activities and our Math AIS program. To further this work, teachers will continue to be provided with time to plan for data-driven instruction to ensure that every student gets what they need. We're excited for that.
We are committed to ensuring that all students' needs are met. This includes students who need extra support as well as students who need a challenge. One way we provide students with challenging math instruction is through math enrichment. Math enrichment occurs at Trinity with the support of our partnerships. This year we have grants from the New Rochelle Fund for Educational Excellence, Trinity's PTA, and Mercy University. With this additional funding, we have made math meaningful to our students. Some of these activities include a pumpkin and seed counting investigation for kindergarten and first grade, kindergarten through 5th grade robotics math activities, 2nd grade 3D geometry cities, which I believe that some of you guys were able to see last week, create art and math workshops for 4th grade, Westchester's Children Museum math stations for our upcoming Magical Math Night in the spring. You'll hear about it later. 4th grade math enrichment field trip with Mr. Salvaggi to Hour to Exit, which is an escape room in New Rochelle. And our annual Math Bullseye Tournament, which is a math tournament for 5th graders. All of these activities spark curiosity, but more importantly, they bring math joy to our students. We also invite families to learn, engage, and support their children in math in a variety of ways. We have our K2 Math Night, our Saturday Math Academy, and our Magical Math Night for K through 5, which is all students. These 3 events provide families with the opportunity to learn about having a growth mindset and engage in problem solving with their child. Our family engagement this year includes family workshops online and in person in both English and Spanish. Saturday Math Academy is a series of online workshops for kindergarten, 1st grade, and 2nd grade. It started at the height of COVID. We wanted to reach parents as a way to address unfinished learning, but after surveying parents, we learned that post-pandemic online engagement was a sustainable approach that connected families to our math vision. Last Thursday, we held our first family night. We had 50 families join us in person for a K2 Math Night. And then this, thank you. And then this Saturday, 42 of those families joined us online to also play games with their kids. These experiences help us create an equitable and inclusive math community at Trinity. And now I'd like to welcome back Mr. Hildebrand.
Well, thank you, Ms. Marturi, Mrs. Betts, and most especially Ms. Vasquez, our math coach. Can we get another round of applause for that wonderful team? Now, this Trinity magic is in place for every student here at Trinity Elementary School, but this magic looks a little bit different for each and every one of our scholars. It's our privilege and our responsibility to ensure that the unique magic that we create is equitable. Once again, as members of the Trinity School community, we're just one piece of the puzzle that is the City School District of New Rochelle. And our equity vision statement declares that the City School District of New Rochelle values the uniqueness of each individual in our community by honoring differences as strengths. We foster an appreciation for one another by cultivating a safe, inclusive environment that embraces our diverse identities. We are committed to ensuring a fair and equitable educational experience for every student by empowering each one intellectually, socially, emotionally to be influential global citizens. So I welcome you to take a moment to watch and listen to our equity in action here at Trinity Elementary School. Now that is Trinity magic. At this time, it's my honor again to thank Mrs. Murturi, Miss Betts, and Miss Vasquez, along with all of the members of our Trinity leadership team, our mathematicians, but again, board, Dr. Reynolds. It's so important to highlight that it's not just the folks that are here tonight that create this magic. We have to thank all of our teachers, our teaching assistants, our social workers, our psychologists, our school counselors, our speech pathologists, our special educators, our nurses, our security guards, our monitors, our clerical staff, our custodial staff, because none of this Trinity magic is possible without each and every one of those folks. Yeah, let's give them a round of applause. But lastly, scholars, this is for you. Thank you for a beautiful performance this evening for all the world to see. Thank you for your hard work, even when the work is hard. And thank you for reminding us that everything you do matters. Let's hear un aplauso for Trinity Scholars! And at this time, we welcome any questions that the board, Dr. Reynolds, might have. Including our scholars. Our scholars are ready to answer questions.
Thank you all so much for what a wonderful night. What a wonderful performance. I love those songs. It brings me back to my childhood, so thank you for singing for us. Just a quick few, I guess, really more comments, and then I have one question maybe for district leadership. I really appreciated the linking of the accountability and the data in terms of using and measuring progress over time with the storytelling that the video provided in terms of the math work that you're doing. And I saw the use of manipulations, the community that was being built in the work that you were doing, the joy that the kids were having with each other, with themselves, their pride in their work. And the marrying of those two things is really vital, because we do have to hold ourselves as a district accountable to progress, but we can't lose sight of the joy and the community that comes with doing this work so magically. So I do want to say that whoever produced that video did an amazing job. I don't know who that was. So it was really a great story from beginning to end. And I do want to say that I don't know what all of the legalities are, but that video is a showcase for our district of what happens in our schools should be, something that we should explore. I don't know the details about that. I'll let I'll let the professionals figure that out. But it was just tremendous. And then the other thing I wanted to say, again, this is really more to the district. So you guys did amazing. No question for you. It's really just thinking about how we prepare our middle schools for the math geniuses that you're going to have coming out of here, and really thinking through how, and I experienced this as a parent, you know, my kid also had some great fun math stuff in elementary school and then got to middle school and it wasn't as fun. And there weren't necessarily the ways to plug into the games and the competitions and the fun part of it. So I would just encourage our district to make sure that we're not leaving the kids coming out of Trinity and schools like it hanging when they get to middle school. And if they want to have fun with math, I'm a math geek, that they have fun with math and that it doesn't end in 5th grade and it doesn't end here. So that's just a request, and maybe get our middle school presentations, making sure, you know, what's happening there. And if it is happening, lifting it up so that parents and families know that this is a district that does performing arts. I love the arts, but we're also math nerds, and we can do both of those things, and that's amazing. So thank you so much. What a wonderful performance, and thank you, scholars.
Thank you.
Any other of my colleagues have any questions or comments? Ms. Bavosa?
So of course I took notes. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Hildebrand for setting this whole thing up. I have seen some of the math programs in action with parents, and kudos to them. As a board member on the Fund for Educational Excellence, I am so glad that Trinity got their grant requests in and that we were able to support many of them. I would love to say thank you to the students. I really enjoy music, and when Mr. Hildebrand talked about a puzzle and everything being a piece of that puzzle, each of you, by singing, kind of pull that puzzle together. We're part of that puzzle too, but we might be like little bigger pieces that are easier to find. In the meantime, the word magic keeps coming to me. The magic of your voices, the magic of Aladdin, the magic of the math, the magic of this school, the magic of how clean everything is, the magic of, and I live on the south end if you can't tell, the magic of everyone who shows up on the south end every day to make this place special. You are all very magical.
Quickly, I just want to acknowledge and thank your teachers and teaching assistants, because while I know everything looks so magical and phenomenal, and you guys just slayed that show, it was incredible. Seriously, can I have all of your autographs? Seriously, you guys are famous. That was amazing. And happy birthday, Cameron. I wanted to just say though, you can tell even from all the photos, the bulletin boards around the school, the video, that there's so much hard work and extra work that our teachers clearly take to adapt curriculum, which is not always designed for every one of our students in New Rochelle or in the world. And they go the extra mile to make sure that there's clearly visuals and high interest manipulatives and student voice in every single part of this school. And that's phenomenal. And that doesn't just happen overnight. And it doesn't just happen on one prep period. It's clear how above and beyond the staff go to make this school so engaging and magical and fun. I mean, raise your hand if you love math, right? And raise your hand if you love reading, right? It's clear all throughout the school. So thank you to your teachers and teaching assistants and students for helping each other and for making this such a great place for learning.
I'll keep my comments brief because my colleague said it much more eloquently than I do. But I always appreciate every time I come to this school, just the passion that everybody in this school just brings. And it's driven by you, Mr. Hildebrand, by your staff, by your teachers, the families. And I love the fact that you had the children speaking in Spanish, like if it's their native language and being able to express themselves. And I thought when you talk about sort of math equity, like that's really what that is being able to bring that to the forefront. So I just always appreciate that and love that about coming here and experiencing that in community and seeing these. And you children, you guys did an amazing job, and it was lovely to be able to have a front seat and see kind of your passion and your love of performing and your love of math and your love of being here in this school. So thank you all for giving us the privilege for listening to you all this evening. Thank you.
Mr. Hildebrand and team, thank you very much for your presentation. I always love coming to Trinity just because of the energy that is enthused here. And Ms. Maturi, I missed the breathing techniques. I thought we were going to get that today. But I have two questions, one for you guys and one for the kids. So, we're a couple years now out of the pandemic, and these kids probably are now taking the STAR exams. Are you seeing more of an uptick in Tier 1 interventions with some of the younger grades now than you did or have in the past?
Hello. No, I think it's more of our upper grades, just because they were the ones that had the most interruption. I think we're seeing that more for instruction, maybe different for, SEL purposes.
Thank you. And for the kids, which pair of socks are your favorite of Mr. Hildebrand's?
That you have all the teachers on your socks.
Oh, the teacher's faces, yes, I love that.
The superhero socks, I think superhero socks? Does he have superhero socks? Superhero socks?
Yes, I have a couple of those.
Yep, that's true. All the funny socks.
All the funny socks.
All of them. The teacher socks too.
And scholars, for the record.
Your math socks and basically every sock you got.
And scholars, for the record,
Your
which breath
teacher
did we do
socks, too.
before we began? Which breath did we do? Do you remember?
Take 5.
Take 5. We did do our breath. We did. Of course we did.
Yes, yes.
Thank you guys so much. Ms. Mavosa has one more question. Sorry.
I neglected to say that with the magic, some of you, and even some of the quiet ones who were not the soloists, but especially the soloists, might be people that we see on stage years to come, and some of the magic magicians, we might be reading about you. So take what you learned. Don't leave it at Trinity when you get older. Take it with you and use it, and let us see your faces and hear your names again.
So everyone knows I don't like to have my back to anyone if I can help it. Firstly, to our students, I just wanted to thank you for sharing your gift with us this evening, your gift of voice. And to our adults, I want to thank you for sharing the vision and putting that into action. I've shared many times that education is nothing but a profession of relations, right, and relationships. It is our job daily to relate our students to the learning that we have to impart upon them, and then also to create those relations, those home-school relations, so that we are able to make a connection with our students. And that's evident in what we've seen today. You also see a theme throughout, this theme of magic, right? You see Mr. Hildebrand was very proactive in getting dressed this morning. He wore his math-themed socks, right? It's not by accident that we heard a performance from Aladdin because of all of the magic. But also what we have to see and notice is how we intertwine the magic of learning a language, right? Because math is that universal language. And for many of us, I'm going to count myself as that many of us, when we were younger, that was a language that eluded us when we were in school. We were mathed to and not mathed with. Our students are learning a new language in such a fun way that these connections are going to remain with them for the rest of their lives. That's what we're seeing in our instruction. That's the difference that we're seeing now. And to answer Trustee Barrios Brooks's question, how do we ensure that this level of learning is not lost in 5th grade when they leave Trinity? It's those vertical interactions that we have with our mathematicians throughout the district, right? With our math teachers and our teachers, and then our math department on the secondary level to ensure that that level of exploration in learning this new language, this new type of instruction, does not end in elementary school, that it continues through middle school and into high school. Because our goal is to create a well-rounded student who can perform in PAVE and then explain the fact that your 3/4 doesn't match up because of X, Y, or Z. So our mathematicians, our language learners. So I want to thank the Trinity team for doing such a wonderful job in putting together that travel of one aspect of Trinity, but one aspect that we can be very proud of. I appreciate each of you. Thank you. And with that, we are going to excuse our students and our faculty members so you can get some rest and come back to us tomorrow morning refreshed.
Yes, but can we hear one last round of applause for our performers?
Thank you all. Ooh, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your kind words. It's very true. With the two and the
So good evening again. In the interest of time, we are going to reconvene our meeting and our attention. This evening we are, I was going to use the wrong word, we're not in church. This evening we are going to hear from our Student Support Services Department. And particularly we're going to focus our attention in the redevelopment of our Code of Conduct. And I want to make it very clear to our community, we've always had a code of conduct in effect. So it's not like we've gone without having one that is being enacted on a daily basis. And that code of conduct was a good start. But what we wanted to do as a district is to ensure that we're able to meet the needs of our students as our society shifts, and also make sure that what we have in place is equitable for our students and equitable for our community. So we're going to be introduced to the work that's being done currently with our Code of Conduct, and leading us through that journey is Dr. Gail Joyner, our Assistant Superintendent for Student Support Services. Dr. Joyner.
So to the Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Corey W. Reynolds, Board President William Iannuzzi, board members, colleagues, staff, families, and community. Good evening. The Student Support Services team would just like to take a moment and say thank you to the board for the opportunity to share how we are moving forward together with purpose with our Code of Conduct journey. I am Dr. Gail Joyner, as you know, Assistant Superintendent for Student Support Services, a proud member of this amazing team. Our co-facilitators this evening are Mr. Eddie Castro, our Director of Community, I'm gonna get this right, of Family and Community Engagement, and Ms. Millicent Lee, Director of Pupil Personnel Services. Technology, we might need you. So this evening's areas of focus are setting the stage. We're gonna walk you through the process that we engaged in and also talk about our multi-tiered systems of supports and our next steps. So our mission and vision is our North Star and guides our work as we cultivate a culture of care that nurtures and embraces the whole child. And our equity vision statement speaks to the uniqueness of the individuals within our community, honoring their differences and strengths, creating equity for all of our students. In service to the work that lies ahead, each department stays dedicated to our core beliefs and our commitment to where we want our students to be and the opportunities that they have access to. So you guys are gonna be proud. I'm up to slide 8. I'm just kidding. So when you get there, just go to 8. I'm just kidding. Pretty much I am. You can keep going right to the strategic roadmap slide. Right there, perfect. So as a district, I mentioned this before, we are strategically built, or should I say we're designed by the departments, but regardless of the work, each division has a strategic direction embedded in the roadmap, which is a 5-year plan with supporting goals for each area. It is important that we realize how the 4 divisions collaborate to impact student learning, create safe, supportive, and connected schools with superb staff and the necessary resources for our students. As we move forward with the implementation of our strategic plan and our goals, we do so with the portrait of a graduate in mind. Perfect, that's exactly where I am. So our purpose statement. This code of conduct is a set of expected behaviors and practices that help to cultivate a welcoming and affirming environment. It serves as a guide and provides the tools for helping students and stakeholders to understand and appreciate the norms of expected behaviors. The opening sentence of Superintendent Reynolds' letter to the community in the Code of Conduct underscores the district vision, mission, and equity statement and reads as follows. The City School District of New Rochelle is committed to providing safe, supportive schools that cultivate respectful environments conducive to learning and growth. We are committed to ensuring a fair and equitable experience for all of our students. Thank you. Oh, look at that. I got the ultimate assist. You can click. So if a child doesn't know how to read, we teach. If a child doesn't know how to swim, we teach. If a child doesn't know how to multiply, we teach. If a child doesn't know how to drive, we teach. But if a child doesn't know how to demonstrate expected behaviors, do we punish or teach? So when I was a first-year principal in the Bronx, I suspended a student for an infraction, and I will never forget his words. He said, "Miss, I've been suspended 13 times. Number 14 will not matter." This experience afforded me the opportunity to reflect on ways to support students differently, yet still hold them accountable. So when a child doesn't know how to demonstrate expected behaviors, we teach. This will support us in creating a code of conduct that is caring with accountability. Okay, thank you, boss. You're awesome. So our approach to the work is cyclical, and I did explain this to the last time we presented, but in the initial phase, we assess the current code of conduct. As Dr. Reynolds mentioned, what we currently have. We analyze quantitative and qualitative data, including our current suspension data. We acknowledge the great work that has already been done because there was a committee that met and updated the code of conduct during the 2021-2022 school year. In addition, school suspension was one of the areas reviewed by the African American Latinx Opportunity Achievement Gap Task Force. Those data sets, findings, and recommendations were assessed and analyzed. And I just want to publicly say thank you and acknowledge the task force members and the Department of Research, Assessment, and Accountability for the work that you have done and will continue to do. Our committee is working diligently to co-design and update the existing Code of Conduct, and the Code of Conduct, as we know, is reviewed annually and adopted by the Board of Education prior to the start of each school year. So in the area of assess, the committee began meeting in the spring of last year to start its work on the Code of Conduct. Our initial work included assessing the most recently adopted Code of Conduct and reviewing Code of Conducts from other school districts in New York State. The committee reviewed codes of conduct from the codes of conduct, because there's only one, from the White Plains, Syracuse, and Pelham school districts. Pelham and White Plains were selected with demographics and geographic closeness in mind, and the review of Syracuse's code was intentional, as in 2013, they convened a task force to ensure that their revised code was as comprehensive and inclusive as possible. Through our assessment and analysis, we realized that we wanted to refresh portions of our Code of Conduct to reflect the positive behavior intervention and supports and restorative practices in place across our schools, and one that would be reflective of the culturally responsive sustaining education framework. We also realized that certain portions were well-crafted and should remain. To that end, the committee created a new table of contents and began refreshing the sections and that needed to be updated via the creation of subcommittees. So I will take you to analyze, share a fact with you. Did you know that New York State school districts suspended a student at least once every minute in the 2016-17 school year? At the most basic level, suspensions deprive a student of classroom instruction, even though students who are suspended may be most in need of academic engagement. This quote comes directly from an article titled Stolen Time from the New York Equity Coalition report, which was released in December of 2018. One of our strategic goal measurements in the area of safe, supportive, and connected schools is to reduce the number of suspensions by 5% for this current school year. The data that is being presented is district-wide and all-encompassing for any full-day suspension that is reportable to the state. As you can see, pre-pandemic in the City School District of New Rochelle during the 2018-19 school year, there were 564 students suspended for a total of 2,308 days. Data that is not represented here is the 2019-2020 school year and the 2020-2021 school year. The data would have been skewed due to COVID-related school closures. Following the pandemic, during the 2021-2022 school year, there were 336 students suspended for a total of 1,351 days. Lastly, the 2022-2023 school year, there were 408 students suspended for a total of 1,737 days. When compared to 2018-19, there has been a reduction in the number of students suspended and also the number of days. So we are absolutely on track for meeting this goal. And one of my colleagues, Rosalind Taylor, often says, data doesn't tell us who we are, it just tells us where we need to go. And to that end, we're going to continue to analyze. So following the analysis of our current data collection process, we realized that we needed more information than just simply the number of students and the number of days that they were suspended. So our district currently uses and stores student information in a system called eSchool. So last spring, each school building principal sent 3 people from their schools to be trained on how to use the eSchool Plus behavior module. The participants went back and tried the system for 5 weeks, and then they provided feedback on the module. As part of the co-design, we incorporated their feedback and made adjustments. This September, we conducted a full launch of the system. The analysis of the data from this module will allow us to look at the level of the suspension. Is it a 1, is it a 2, is it a 3, is it a 4, and also the location, so that we can make data-informed decisions for programming and interventions. And at this time, I would like to introduce one of our co-facilitators this evening, Mr. Eddie Castro, our Director of Family and Community Engagement, to share how we collaborate with the co-design.
Thank you, Dr. Joyner. I will start with the co-design process. Our initial committee was comprised of teachers and school building leaders from our elementary and secondary schools. And in collaboration with district leaders, we focused on developing a shared vision and identifying common language that is reflective of the experiences that happen day to day in our schools. The committee members then engaged in professional learning that included the reading of an article titled Fair Process, Managing the Knowledge Economy, and they were provided an overview of restorative practices. The three big ideas are engagement, involving individuals in decisions that affect them by asking them for their input and allowing them to refute the merit of one another's ideas. Explanation, everyone involved and affected should understand why final decisions are made as they are. This creates a powerful feedback loop that enhances learning. Expectation clarity. Once decisions are made, new rules are clearly stated so that individuals understand the new standards and interventions according to the code of conduct. It was important that the committee understood that you need to do all three for fair process to work. This is a chance for you as an authority figure to reinforce your basic rationale. This is a decision I made, and this is why. The International Institute of Restorative Practices has 4 goals: build and develop community, prevent conflict and tension, repair harm, and restore relationships. The foundation is built on the premise that people are happier, more satisfied, more productive, and more likely to make positive change when things are done with them rather than to them, for them. Refreshing the code of conduct has not been a quick journey. In fact, it has almost been a year-long process during which the committee has worked collaboratively on different tasks. As stated, we refreshed the table of contents, and during the summer and the fall, the committee drafted portions to ensure that it was aligned with the new table of contents. In October, we began to ensure that the associated documents were aligned to this code of conduct. An example of this is the behavior incident form used across our schools. We needed to ensure that it was aligned with the code of conduct and that it could be utilized in elementary and secondary schools. In November, there were lengthy and fruitful conversations about expectations versus responsibilities, and in January, we invited parents to join us in this process. We are now well into the second half of this journey. In February, the committee will expand to include additional members with deep knowledge in special education and English as new language learners. This expansion is intentional. We want to ensure that this code of conduct is reflective of all stakeholders. Our current version lists the involvement of the police department, but it is not explicitly clear. This code of conduct outlines when authorities should be contacted, should be notified for certain infractions. As we continue to draft and review our content, we will elevate the various supports available in our schools, such as our student assistance counselors, our Teen Intervene program in our secondary schools, and our pupil personnel department. The expansion of the committee will help ensure that we gather input from appropriate stakeholders, including students and parents. In April, we aim to cast a wide net, gathering feedback and input with the goal of finishing the code of conduct by May. And now I'd like to introduce Ms. Millicent Lee, who will review our multi-tiered systems of support.
Good evening. Dr. Joyner asked a great question. If a child doesn't know how to demonstrate expected behaviors, do we punish? Do we teach? When we think about behaviors, one thought that comes to mind is our role in offering universal supports to all of our students through the lens of multi-tiered system of support, otherwise known as MTSS. MTSS is an evidence-based framework for both academic and behavior instruction that is grounded in the approach to identify and address students' unique needs. It creates a positive environment for all students, which in turn impacts school climate. And we know positive school climate is the leading indicator for increased academic achievement and reduced discipline. The New York State Education Department is committed to developing positive school climates that promote school safety, student self-esteem, emotional well-being, mental health, and lowering incidences of student absenteeism and suspensions. Our district will follow NYSED's lead and continue to develop and build upon existing guidance and programs to combat harassment, bullying, and discrimination as we enhance our efforts to build and maintain positive and healthy school climates. We want to position all of our students for success, and we are committed to the expansion of MTSS with a focus on behavior. Our journey is focused on the continued commitment of multi-tier system support, consistent practices and procedures across the district, because we know consistency is key. When we think about the whole child, we have to address the student's social, emotional, academic, and behavioral needs. MTSS is a major initiative as outlined in the current Code of Conduct, which includes a three-tiered approach. We are now revisiting the behavioral model of MTSS and are working in parallel with the Social Emotional Learning Committee, thus the formation of the Behavior Intervention and Social Emotional Committee. We know our schools have implemented various forms of SEL and positive behavior intervention and supports. The work is happening and will continue to happen as we assess current programming in the development of a framework to support the implementation of consistent practices across schools. Our goal is to develop a proactive, systematic approach and framework that will include effective practices, restorative interventions, strategies, support student success, and promote student achievement. The three-tier model that you see here is adapted from Sprague and Walker in 2004 and is the positive behavior intervention and support pyramid that actually can be found on page 6 of our current Code of Conduct. We recognize maintaining and changing student behaviors involves a continuum of acknowledgement, support, and interventions. This model shows the 3 levels of support, with Tier 1 being our universal supports, which means all students being culturally responsible as we create a warm and welcoming environment. Tier 2 is a more specialized target intervention for small groups, and then Tier 3, our most intensive supports for individual students with high-risk behaviors, and this should only reflect 3 to 5% of our population. So to support the Code of Conduct work, we are piloting programs and raising awareness, which will inform the development of our MTSS support framework. First, there's Empowering Upstanders. This is an anti-bullying prevention program that will be piloted here at Trinity, Jefferson, and Davis Elementary School. Each school will work with the leadership program and design the Empowering Upstanders program in a form that meet the unique needs of their school. Second, youth mental health training for all our security staff members throughout the district. We are in partnership with Westchester Jewish Community Services, and our goal is to train at a minimum 50% of the security staff by the end of the school year. And lastly, we are always committed to the mental health needs of our students. And so we are focusing on raising awareness in suicide prevention as we address their mental health needs and our behavior in our students. And this data will support the development and help inform programming for the 2024-2025 school year. And at this time, I'd like to turn it back over to Dr. Joyner. Thank you. I met Mr. Eddie Castro.
Next steps. As we shared in February, the Code of Conduct Committee will include additional members from our special education department and our English as new language learners. Faculty, we will also be including new staff members that will work on the code of conduct sessions in February and March as we continue to draft and refine sections so that our initiatives are aligned with state and practices and best practices. More important is April. That is when we're going to garner stakeholder input, and we will be gathering input from different stakeholders and using different forums. One should be very familiar. We will be leveraging Thought Exchange, which has been used in our strategic roadmap work and the graduate profile. We also intend to conduct focus groups with different stakeholders. We plan on hearing from teachers, support staff, principals, deans, students, parents, among others in the school building. We plan on garnering parent, guardian, caregiver input through traditional PTA meetings, but we are excited about using this opportunity to speak about the code of conduct at new initiatives such as Deep Dive Saturday, parent-teacher home visits, and a Title III Parent Advisory Council. We will also be sharing the code of conduct with appropriate community members and partners who work with our students and our schools.
So the rollout of the code of conduct is a critical piece of the process so that all stakeholders become familiar with the document. That is critical. We will facilitate professional learning for district administrators and new staff in July and August during the administrators retreat and new staff orientation. In September and October, we will share these lessons that we will create. We're developing K-5 and 6-12 lessons for the schools to utilize so that they can provide the lessons to the students, because it is important that the students understand this document and interact with it as well. In addition, each school will revisit the lessons and the summary with the families so that they too are familiar with the document. So it is critical that all stakeholders are very familiar with this document that we're going to use. We are asking that this take place twice in September. When we come back, welcome back, here's our new code, let's roll it out with the lessons, but we're also asking that they revisit the code in January. Happy New Year, welcome back, and let's just have a quick refresher. And of course, we will elicit feedback throughout the year and make the necessary changes and present that to the committee and then to the board to be adopted for the following school year. So our Code of Conduct committee members, these are some amazing individuals. I see a few of them here, and they're going to kill me for doing this, but thank you, Colin Smith. Thank you, Nate Adams. I appreciate you for serving on this committee. And of course, Ms. Lee and Mr. Castro are part of the committee as well. You see the names there, and we have some new members joining us at our next meeting, which is tomorrow morning, by the way, February 7th. So to that end, I say thank you to the principals, school administrators, faculty, psychologists, social workers, school counselors, nurses, and support staff for always making sure that our students feel safe, supported, and connected. To the Department of Research, Assessment, and Accountability, and particularly Ms. Tony Abram for their commitment and support during the rollout and launch of the behavior module. There is a book titled Powerful Student Care, and it realigns the conversation from a focus of all students to a focus on each student. It refers to each learner as distinctive and irreplaceable and reminds us of the importance of focusing on fixing systems, not kids. As we continue the revision of the Code of Conduct that helps us to cultivate a welcoming and affirming environment, we're asking now, we need all hands on deck. So to that end, I say thank you, and the floor is open for questions and discussion. Come on up.
Yep. Thank you all. Ms. Pavosa?
Thank you, Dr. Joyner and Mr. Castro and Ms. Lee. I believe this might be Ms. Lee's question, but it's for all of you. When you talked about the tier 1, 2, and 3 behavioral interventions and the children who will need the most, that top tier, smallest percentage, but we all know that a pebble in the water creates a ripple. And so we need to address that. Is there any inclusion for how parents, family members, guardians of those particular students will also be pulled into this? Because it's fine to say we have this tier, and it's wonderful to address it with the student himself or herself, but how do we include outside of the building? How do we include that all-encompassing community that needs to touch upon it?
So that's a great question, and I can tell you from my observation and visits to professional learning communities, some schools call it their child study team meetings, others call it their response to intervention meetings. It's always engaging the parent at every level. So it's not just when they at the point where there's a referral to the Committee on Special Education, but it starts at the very beginning. If there are concerns, students' names are brought in to the group conversation for that whole support team to have those conversations. Parent outreach is always number one. How can we help best support the student? It takes a village, so all support staff, including the teacher, perhaps the school nurse if necessary, but definitely social worker, psychologists do a lot of that work as well, along with the school counselor. So it's always engaging the parent from the very beginning and helping to provide resources if necessary, connecting them to community resources, and now social workers do a lot of that in every building. Having community agencies come in and speak with parents through their PTA, through their caring circles. I know Columbus Elementary does a lot, and I may be forgetting some schools, but there's always that community outreach and connection. So it's always engaging the parent at the very first level, so it's never a surprise or a wonder, how do we get here? But how do we partner together from the very beginning to make a plan that ensures all students are successful?
Thank you. Coupled with that a little bit more, what do we do if there are children who do not have that support, whose parents do not buy into this, or who do not have guardians, or who do not have what we would hope each child would have? What do we do then?
So that's part of the process of preparing lessons for the students to interact with as well, because I think it's important that the students understand what this code of conduct is designed to do and how we're going to use it to support them. And if they don't have what they need at home, how we as a school district can provide that for them at school. But I really think a big piece of it is for the students interacting with this document, because a lot of times they've never seen it. And they're like, oh, miss, this is not fair. But if we show it to them in advance and explain that idea of fair process, if this happens, then this is what will happen, then this is how we're going to support you through the process. It's also a section in there titled Getting Help. And I also wanted to say about the Saturdays, the Deep Dive Saturday is an opportunity that parents will be able to interact as well.
What Dr. Joyner is alluding to is Deep Dive Saturday is a new engagement approach, or a revisiting of an approach, but it's new to us as a pandemic, where our parents are learning alongside their child for 1 hour, but also have an hour to focus on their own self-growth. And it's in collaboration with the Boys and Girls Club. And together, the Boys and Girls Club, district staff, our parents, and our students, we are learning about all different types of topics. So we talk about MTSS level 1, tier 1, when someone is agitated or they need extra help, or there's that pebble ripple, they're anxious. We're covering those topics during Saturday. So there is workshops on well-being, bullying awareness, activities such as yoga to kind of relax. So that is all happening. And engagement is two ways. So the parent-teacher home visit program also gives an opportunity for teachers and staff, visitors in general, to come to the parent and the student in their place of comfort and have that conversation, which enables us to kind of address what the underlying issue is that's causing that pebble to kind of consistently be present. So thank you.
I just wanted to ask a quick question in regards to the MTSS pyramid. How are we measuring this? And please forgive me if I missed that. I do know that we're now starting to log behavior, I think, in the platform mentioned in the presentation. But are there measures to determine, how many students and which students are receiving tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 interventions? And then also, if those interventions are working, then removing them so that students are not tracked or labeled in any sort of way. So I was just curious about some of the data analysis and how we're measuring the needs of our students in terms of their behavioral needs?
Thank you for the question. So, as you know, the MTSS, with the focus on behavior, is continuing to expand this framework. We will be using the e-incident behavior module that has been implemented to obtain data on our incidents. It is a continued plan of action, which we will be working all together to kind of continue to build out that framework and provide specific measurements and tools to assess the disciplinary areas.
Which a big piece of that is really intervening at level 1 and level 2. So we don't want to wait till the students get to level 3 and level 4. So that way we can see little things that are happening, perhaps put some interventions in place early on versus wait until it becomes something major later.
And to add to that, we also, a part of the module that we're now using is really assessing when and where incidents are happening. So we have a deeper understanding of student behavior patterns. So if we find that a student is remaining too long in that top tier portion, then we know that it might not necessarily be the student. It may be the environment or it may be the system. So that's when we have to readdress the entire organization or the behavior environment on a building level to see that we're addressing that student's need through particular lenses. So it may not necessarily be changing the student, it may be changing the environment as well.
That was actually my follow-up question. When looking at the pyramid under Tier 1 on slide 21, there's a reference to school-wide culture responses sustaining education, PBIS. And so my question was just around how we can support training and professional learning for our staff at all levels, just to ensure that that type of environment and the Tier 1 supports are really there so we can mitigate for bias and disproportionality that, even though it's not referenced in these slides, we all know is happening here in New Rochelle, particularly against Black students.
That is absolutely the idea, is to put interventions and become proactive in the work versus reactive in the work. So by putting things in place, consistent practices across the schools at level 1, Tier 1, so that we're all learning this practice and creating that welcoming and affirming environment across the board and providing additional supports for students as needed.
I guess I'm actually building on Ms. Manaya's question, is in terms of the reporting. So it sounds like we are doing it. What I think would be great is, before we actually implement this code of conduct, whatever we do next year, is to actually have kind of what our benchmark is and where we began for each of these tiers, and to be able to actually see this is where we began and now kind of how we're moving forward. And it sounds like we're actually tracking some of it. It would be great whether it's in one of our forthcoming discussions, maybe it's towards the end of the year, of where we could actually kind of dig into some of that data and see sort of, what is happening today in terms of the different tiers. Because, MTSS doesn't mean anything to me. It's a bunch of acronyms. I just kind of think of it as it's sort of what everybody gets, what's the intermediate, and then like the most serious cases kind of go up to the top. But what I guess I never really understand is, what is it that we actually then do for each of those different sort of tiers that is the support? Like, what are we actually doing that is giving students sort of the emotional ability to kind of deal with their emotions, dealing with the stresses? Because, I know, I appreciated hearing you say it's not the children that we're trying to fix, it's really the system.
Absolutely.
And so how are we actually trying to go about fixing our system?
So that is the committee that Ms. Lee mentioned and also Dr. Bujrani mentioned in her presentation. So last year, Dr. Krakow started some work around MTSS interventions for the academic portion. Then there's the social, emotional, and behavioral. So this committee that was formed this year is working on creating the social, emotional, and behavioral arm of this framework, so to speak. So what will happen is they'll create, here's some potential interventions you can use, and this is what we will share with staff members at Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. So it's in the process of being developed. So once we develop the framework, we will look at what measurements, how we even identify children, and then we will put measurement systems in place for such. So it's in the process of being developed this year.
Great, thank you.
And I would just like to manage expectations. So because this is a work in progress currently, I don't think that we'll be in a position to present you with data that we'll be able to dig into, because this is our foundational year. At maybe an early point of next year, we might be able to look at patterns of what we've noticed from the beginning of this year to the beginning of next year. I would think I would recommend that that's a better point for us to take a look at the data to have some comparative conversation.
So, thank you guys for all your hard work. My question might sound indelicate, and it's not trying to come off that way. But why do you think just changing this code of conduct is going to help with suspensions? Because we've done this before. We've done it in 2016. We had a solutions to suspensions task force. We redid it in 2021, and the outcomes were not what was anticipated. So I'm not trying to be negative on the hard work that you guys are doing. I really appreciate that, but I'm trying to, in my head, and I'm just trying to figure out how is this going to help?
So our thinking as a committee is the interaction with the document. And again, shifting the mindsets on how we even use the document. Because many times, and the way it's written is kind of punitive, right? Like we're using it as a stick versus a carrot. And it's designed to be a carrot to support students. So it's really about shifting mindsets of the users and the end user of the product. So the students, again, it is critical that the students and their families interact with this document. That is the difference. Preparing those lessons so that every student, K-5, 6-12, actually has 3 scenarios. There's 2, the way it's designed, we have 2 45-minute lessons or 3 30-minute lessons, however you choose to present it. But the students have an opportunity to engage in scenarios, even the kindergarten students, utilizing the code of conduct and perhaps say, how would I use this, or what help could I get, or how should I intervene? So I really think the bigger piece, Ms. Iannuzzi, is that the stakeholders interact with the document differently, because simply, you're right, just simply creating a code and publishing it and putting it on the website is not gonna make a difference. The difference will be in the actions that we take in the beginning of the year, rolling out the code and interacting with it.
Mr. President, if I may add to that, I want to build an allegory between the presentation that we saw from Trinity tonight and the code of conduct. So the difference in myself as a mathematician in elementary school and our children now is the level of interaction, building their understanding of the why. That's the same thing that we are addressing here with the code of conduct. As I said when we opened up, we've had a code of conduct in place. We have a code of conduct in place. We are abiding by the code of conduct. But it was a tool that was used as a reference as opposed to a tool that we're going to use to develop understanding. So I want us all to understand that this work is not isolated. This is a living document because our students change, our society changes, our schools have to change in order to meet the needs. So I want everybody to understand that the work that we're doing now is laying the foundation for continual work so that we are meeting the needs of our students depending on the next pandemic that can come, right? Because a lot of the behaviors that we're seeing now is as a result of something that was unpredicted. It was the result of COVID. Now we're trying to address our student needs based on something that we could never predict. So we in turn have to adjust our thinking and our approaches to meet the needs of our students.
I was just going to say that something I heard a couple of years ago that has really stuck with me is that I've heard a lot of teachers using the term, oh, the students are giving attention-seeking behaviors. And replace that every time we say attention-seeking or avoidant behaviors, replace it with connection-seeking. And at the root is relationships. I agree with Will. You know, we've been here before. We know the data. We have not shifted enough for our students in New Rochelle. So I would hope that the same students that are the ones that have been suspended for 1,000 plus days. Like, those are the students that are brought in, and we elicit their reflection and their wisdom and their knowledge and their brilliance that maybe has not always been tapped into, because they may help us unlock the keys. And when we listen to the students themselves, I think they can give us some of the most valuable advice, not just the kid with a 4.0 GPA or the kid that has perfect attendance, the kid that's in junior honor society, etc. It's really trying to tap into the leadership of our students and change the narrative that they might even have about themselves. And I hope that they can be a part of the discussion. And then my next suggestion too is that teachers may have the best intentions. They may love being a teacher, love their students, but sometimes they don't necessarily have the interventions for what to do when a student does this behavior, that behavior. So while we're working on the code of the conduct, I hope that part of it, instead of it just being this is the punishment for this level of behavior, what are the interventions? So that teachers can also feel empowered and know they're building their toolkit and their repertoire of strategies to try with students, because we know that our teachers also are overwhelmed and they're dealing with post-pandemic life and caretaking and all the things. And so I think just as long as we try to approach the work with an assets approach to our students and our staff, so that it doesn't feel like we're starting from scratch, I think it will be very successful. And thank you for the quote that you shared about teaching, because it's not just about, okay, punishment. If a consequence does not change the behavior, then it was not a logical and effective consequence. So I really appreciate the explicit teaching, students teaching each other, not just the top down like our superintendent mentioned. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation and allowing us to really dig into this important conversation as a board. I guess I just had two things that would be great, maybe when you come back to the board in May. You know, you talked about doing some peer benchmarking and looking at Syracuse, looking at some of our neighboring districts. I would be curious to see if that exercise turned up any promising practices, you know, speaking to some of the things my colleagues have talked about that go beyond even the code of conduct, although maybe that's part of the practice, but just really sort of digging into that, because, you know, I think there are these like little kernels of wins that happen in all different places, and it would be great to really lift those up if those are models that have been effective elsewhere here, just because we're also in the education business. If we're not learning, then what are we doing here, right? And that could be learning from our peers as well. And the other thing that, again, maybe when you come back to us, I would be curious, you know, you shared some of the baseline suspension data, you know, of the, for example, from last year, the 408 students with the 1737 days, you know, is it roughly 4 a day, you know, 4 days per kid? Or is it, you know, 10% of the kids that are out all the time and a handful, and then a whole bunch of kids that were out 1 day and that was it? I mean, I think there's just some patterns even beyond the data that you shared. You know, are they clustered in grades because of the impact of COVID on particular grades? Are they clustered in schools because it sort of has the pebble effect of one situation that's rippling to affect a whole bunch of other kids? You know, I assume that it's not equally distributed evenly for days per kid here in this situation. And I think some of those nuances might be useful as we think about the kind of interventions and the kind of ways that we want to support both of our staff and our students. So those are more just as we think about future meetings, some questions I had that I'd love to dig into more at our next meeting. So thank
Awesome.
you.
And that behavior module is going to answer those questions, which is why we launched it, because that allows us to disaggregate by grade, by school, by where it happened, time, location. So it's a lot more information that we'll be able to determine there. So thank you.
Ms. Ross?
I guess I actually am a little bit on the other side of some of my board members too, and thinking about with the rise of just violence in schools in general, is how, as we look at our code of conduct, that we want to be student-centered and we don't want to be extra punitive, but how do we also make sure that we catch the signs early so that we do kind of make those interventions before it escalates into something significantly bigger? And so how do we actually like make sure that that actually happens versus it feeling like, oh, we're just going to be loosey-goosey with our code of conduct going forward, that's not exactly what's happening.
And that will allow us, again, this behavior module, when we see that, I'll pick on Mr. Iannuzzi, has 2 level 1s or 3 level 1 infractions, right? And they're entered in the system. Well, I was trying to be nice. At that point, we can intervene, and that's what some of these programs Ms. Leah is talking about, which is why one school is implementing the pilot program during their lunch period, because they see that that's when the instances are happening. So we're trying to be proactive by looking at the data and saying what might work here. Another school is doing it after school because that's when they need it. So it really varies, but the bottom line is really just identifying those low-level infractions and intervening early, using our school clinicians and school counselors to support us with that work. Please.
And if I could, I also,
I'm sorry, I just wanted to also add, our security staff is on the front lines of all of our schools every day, and that's why it's really important for them to have the skills necessary to identify, understand, and help our students who may have a bad day, do a brief scan, if you will, right, so that they can then hand off to a support staff member or an administrator saying, Johnny doesn't look too well, or he confided something in me, because they do build those relationships district-wide. So that's just another avenue of collectively a tier 1 intervention so that we can address all students, identify them.
and I also wanted to reassure the board and the community, this is not an effort to soften anything that we're doing in relation to keeping our students safe. So I need to state that very candidly. We do have some very hard-line incidents that will require a hard-line consequence. Those do not change. But again, it's the education of our students as to why that shouldn't happen. It's looking at patterns to ensure that we can pretty regularly predict, well, this student is going along this path, well, let's start talking to them now so that they don't make those mistakes that, Corey did when he was in that on that grade level. But again, I want everyone to rest assured, we are not looking to diminish the level of consequence as it relates to very serious infractions or bad choices or mistakes. We are going to ensure that those are kept intact in our code of conduct.
Thank you guys for all that. I just have one more comment, and it's more, and I mentioned it at our last board meeting too, and it's more about my concern about the capacity for staff absorbing something else on top of everything else that we've been doing, strategic roadmap, now the graduate profile, now this. So just keeping that in mind when really speaking with the staff and doing the PD on this is really having them really absorb it, because if they're not going to absorb it, then it's a waste of time.
We would like for this level of interaction with our code to almost become fire drill-like, right? So when fire drills were first impressed upon schools, I remember, right? It was something we had to do. It's almost like a lockdown drill, and it became very tedious. Now it's just our nature of school, right? We know we have to have 10 fire drills a year. It's a fire drill. We have to do this, and we'll come back in. That's how these conversations about the code of conduct should be twice a year. It's just what we have to do, but here's the why we have to do it. And we're going to reap the benefit of that, because it has to become such common practice that it becomes common vernacular. It's just woven into the tapestry of who we are as a school district.
Perfect. Thank you. Do any of my colleagues have any other questions or comments? All right. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
So as we transition to our last presentation this evening, there is a news article that states that sitting is the new smoking. So if you feel the need to stand and stretch for a minute, please be sure to do so. And we are going to prepare to transition to budget workshop number 2. Thank you, number 2. And I'd be remiss if I did not thank Dr. Joyner and the team for that presentation. Thank you very much for walking us through that. Okay. So this evening, we are going to be presented with Budget Workshop number 2. Again, we are still, and I just would like to share with everyone where we are. We are still in the process of finalizing our numbers. We just received our state funding very recently, and we will be sharing some very factual numbers with the entire community very soon. This evening, we are going to talk about particular areas in our school district as relates to our budget needs and our budget wants. And this will help to formulate the conversation as we move forward with our numbers. So I would like to present to you this evening our Assistant Superintendent for Business and Finance and Operations and all of that good stuff, Mr. Carlos Leal, who is going to be accompanied by our second in command for our business office, Ms. Joy Mike.
Thank you, Dr. Reynolds. And I would also like to, just for the public to see a face, or a face to a name. Don Cupano is our district treasurer, who works directly for the Board of Ed, but is an integral part of putting all these numbers together. Ooh, it is cold in here. Okay. If I may, President Iannuzzi, Vice President Vera Brooks, and Dr. Reynolds and everyone else. I will work through this quickly to get to the point where there are some important conversations around new variables that we have received that are helping to inform what we will be presenting to you in terms of a robust presentation next week. But in terms of our budget process, of course, our guiding principles, again, are our mission, vision, and core beliefs. And the last time we met, we talked a little bit briefly about the budget allocation based on enrollment and how we started to tweak that so that it's equitable across the systems, a spending reduction that we asked of our principals and our directors, and then the cabinet that was in the process of reviewing requests, unbudgeted requests, and in all honesty, we have spent more time talking about positions in terms of the ask, because we have the ESSER dollars that are expiring, and so how does that impact what we present? If you may recall, we had 2 weather events, so we didn't get a chance to continue the conversation. We had 2 interruptions, and so tonight is another variable piece, and then we will engage in more numbers next time on Tuesday of next week. But in terms of our priorities, they remain the same, maintaining all staffing positions. We're moving forward with every effort to keep all those who positively impact our students, transition ESSER-funded positions into our general fund, evaluate staffing needs and the request, as I mentioned, review, evaluate retirements to prioritize needs, and then reassign resources where allowable. So I'll ask Joy to speak to the variables.
Thank you and good evening. So in terms of our budget variables that, as Dr. Reynolds, we are still in the process of finalizing our numbers. One of the most significant variable that we have to account for is our tax levy cap, right? That's, how we are going to assess the levy for or the taxes for the budget. At this point in time, our maximum levy is about 3.6%. That number is a variable in and of itself. It's a multi-step equation, if you will, that changes as our numbers change, right? And so the other factor that Mr. Leal mentioned was our state aid. We recently got the governor's proposal of what our aid numbers would be for next year. That's just one step in the process. Then there's a number of hearings. The legislators get together and they come up with a proposal also. And then a final budget is supposed to be adopted by April 1st. We did see an increase in our foundation aid, which we were very pleased to see. We also have statewide a number of districts that received a decrease in their foundation aid. And so there is a significant lobbying effort underway where districts are trying to have a safe harbor, not lose where they started with in this school year going into next school year. So that final numbers in terms of state is unknown, but again, that budget is supposed to be approved by the legislators in the state by April 1st. Our building aid is also somewhat of a changing number. We have a number of projects that were recently approved in our various stages of completion. And so as those projects are finished and reports are filed, we will get revised building aid for those projects as well. And then also our expiring ESSER grant, which Mr. Leal spoke to the previous slide, moving those staff members into the general fund was just one step. We also had a number of programs and initiatives that were also funded by ESSER. It wasn't just staffing. The appropriated fund balance is basically the savings that the district would apply to minimize taxpayer impact. So we're looking at what that number may need to be. And at the end of the day, of course, our priority is to maximize the use of reserves and other revenues to minimize the taxpayer impact. Other variables that we are incorporating, we shared, I think, at the first workshop, our teachers' retirement system rate that increased about 0.49%, and then our local retirement system rate, which is our classified employees, went up by 2.1%, and that's significant because the increase is over 2%, you can actually incorporate that into your tax cap formula, which we'll talk about going forward. And then in addition, our health insurance plan, which is NYSHIP, has some pretty significant increases going forward. Our active employees between 9 and 10.5%, depending on which plan they're enrolled in. And then our retiree plans from 18 to about 20, just under 25%. We also are seeing a number of increases in our insurances, and that's just not particular to New Rochelle, but across the state and across the county in terms of liability insurance, excess catastrophe insurance, flood insurance, and also cyber insurance rates are just increasing across the state. And lastly, our transportation and other contract renewal increases that are tied to our CPI. So we are hopeful that the variables will sort of stabilize and we can have some solid numbers to bring to you next week. And so with that, I'm going to turn it back to Mr. Leal, who will talk about our roadmap.
And if I may, I just want to go back. The maximum tax levy, that variable is still moving. That is not what we are proposing. It is just a variable where it currently stands. So I want to make that very clear. That is not what we are proposing. Okay. Okay. And then something to note here is that the health insurance, the increases actually happened mid-year. So these came in January. So what are we preparing, or how do we prepare in the event of an increase next January? So something, again, to kind of keep in mind so that we're prepared for what's yet to come. In terms of our roadmap, we're going to continue our district cabinet conversations to finalize the budget. We spoke with the principals this afternoon. Was it this afternoon? Yes. About these conversations, ongoing communication district-wide, transportation planning. We are having a lot of conversation on how we can find more and more efficiencies. That was a big topic last year, if you may recall. So we're finding ourselves in that same situation. And then construction and renovation planning for 24-25. As you know, we're starting to break ground on some huge projects. And how does that play into this? And then the evaluation of our reserves. How can we use reserves to help figure out how and what our next steps are? In terms of budget changes, the budget code alignment that we talked about previously multiple times, we are finally getting things aligned. I'm so happy to report that. The staffing allocations aligned to the buildings I will give you an example. We had some situations where perhaps I was working at Barnard and then, I got transferred or I took up another position in another building, but the code never changed, and so I was being charged to the Barnard account as opposed to my new work location. So things like that so that we can have a better picture and the correct picture as we move forward. And then the budget book, we've been looking at other examples of budget books. Because the whole idea of wanting to be fully transparent, we keep talking about, well, we believe that we found a way in which the book itself can be more transparent and easier to understand and follow along as we have our community conversations. All right, so the budget snapshot on next Tuesday when we come back is when we will provide you with that, because again, we're not going to provide those numbers today. And then looking ahead, our workshop number 3. Again, I wish we had those 2 other meetings in between, but here's where we are landing. We'll come back next week with a robust presentation. Moving into March, and the one item that we were sitting there reviewing our presentation, and one very important date that's not on this slide, and I take responsibility for that. March 21st is not on this list, and March 21st is the day that the BOE has to vote. And so I apologize, like the most important one that should have been in the middle bolded, right? So I don't want that to get lost. And then again, we want to continue to engage in the conversation. The email is out, and so no one has responded as of yet, but we are welcome folks to please send information. But the board presentation, the request, the budget review session, everyone here has a voice in this process, and we need to hear from you. Again, please feel free to email the Board of Ed, email the 24-25 budget questions email, and then again, watch this presentation. Let's sit, have conversations, whatever is helpful so that people fully understand the situation we are in. And then we are available for questions and discussion.
Perfect, thank you guys. I have a question, and I think it's more directed towards you, Dr. Reynolds, and me and you have had this conversation before, but it's a question that is gonna come up to the public. And we wanna maintain all our staffing positions, and our enrollment is declining. What would the answer to the public be for that?
Thank you very much, President Iannuzzi. So we do intend, I was always very clear and transparent in stating that my goal for this first year is to ensure that we do not hand out a single pink slip. I would like to keep that promise. So that's the work that we need to do. And that's coupled with our redesigned approach to our organization. So again, I will never throw darts at anyone. I would never ever want to mistakenly make a statement that would make it seem like someone did something the wrong way. It's just a different way. And this different way is going to be an easier level of understanding with transparency, so the questions that come to us will be rooted in you already understanding what is in front of you. With that being said, if you couple that with the promise of trying to keep all of our employees that are currently employed with us now, and that may sound unreasonable to some people. Some people may say, oh, you're top heavy, you're bottom heavy, you're this heavy, you're that heavy. But if you don't have a good understanding of the current foundation, then you can't make informed decisions moving forward. If we were to just make a decision as, yes, we're too top heavy, we're gonna cut this many positions, or this many positions are in ESSER and we really don't feel that we need that moving forward, then what's going to happen, in my prediction, and I've seen it in other districts that I've worked in, is that you're going to lose track of the amount of work that you are doing to meet your students' needs today, and then you're going to regret it later, because those problems only compound. So we need to get a good foundation of what we currently have, now that people are coded to the right positions, now that we know where they are in our budget, and then we can make informed decisions moving forward.
All right, thank you for that. Ms. Bavosa?
Thank you for tonight. I appreciate the fact that you've taken smaller portions and allowed us and the community to hear individual pieces as opposed to what we have done in the past where it was just everything at once. It's a lot to digest even in smaller bits, but the minutia starts to become a little bit more clear this way, and I'm very grateful to you for that. Thank you.
I have one question and then just one request. So my question is, are we looking to do any capital funding this year? I can't recall. I know we did the bond, like different versions of it over the last couple of years. Is there any such thing that's happening this year?
Currently, no.
Okay.
That's not part of it.
All right. Because I recall that we talked about sort of taking a look at that on an ongoing basis as we had needed capital improvements, and that was going to be kind of our forward look going forward. So not that we were always going to come back with a big request for a bond every 5 years, but that we were going to go in smaller increments. Is that right?
So
Yes, that was
it's partially correct. So there might be a need for a big project that we might have to come back with a big request for a bond. Right now, we're looking to see what's falling off in order to put new things on, because you have to maintain you have to maintain equilibrium with the state. Mr. Watkins is sitting in the audience. I would like to bring him forward to help elaborate on my answer. But our Director of Facilities, Mr. Watkins, I didn't see him back there. Thank you very much.
I was fixing the heat.
Really?
No problem. Thank you. Great question. We are almost fully 100% wrapping up the $106 million project when Mr. Thurnow was here. We just have a couple of things to close out, and that'll be wrapped up. And he's actually here working 1 day a week, once every other week, helping us with our final cost report. So, you know, no better than the person who made the rules to make sure we get our 48% state aid. So it's kind of selfish. So we're starting the community-approved $29 million bond this summer. It's this summer and next summer. It'll probably go a little bit longer based on state education department delays. We're up at SED for the first phase, which would be this summer. We're probably not going to start July 1st like we had wanted to, just to delays and different things like that. So we're probably going to be middle of August is when we can start the first phase of secure vestibules, Barnard chimney, the things that were already approved. I have phase 1 and 2 if you'd like to see that. I think, like Dr. Reynolds said, we have to look at our debt load, see what's coming off. I would anticipate the need for another substantial bond. I do like you remembering the fact that we should be doing something every year and not 135 million every 5 or 6 years. It's more manageable. Like to mention the comment about the budget, you know, digesting it in smaller chunks is easier than digesting it in large chunks. Less falls off the plate, much more manageable for the district, and we can maximize the dollars that we've been approved to use. So I think after this year with Joy and Carlos, we'll be able to understand what after this year's budget, what we would be looking at. But I would expect to be able to start looking at a larger project in the very near future.
Okay, terrific. Thank you.
That's what I was going to say.
I could just comment. I'm sorry. I just wanted to make one comment. We have a number of projects that were previously approved. They don't all happen in one phase or in one 4-month period of time. So the project that he was just referencing, the $29 million, is over at least 2 years. So as we complete portions, we borrow just enough for a summer or 6 months, and then we go down to the next piece, right? And so we have to borrow for the next phase. So while we may not have a number of referendums, we are doing borrowing, and we have to sort of refinance them and take on the next phase.
Right. So we still have things that we're working on. Yep.
Yes. And those are reflected in our equations for the tax cap and in the budget for that year.
Right. And then my request is more, and I think you all did this last year, but as now we have a treasurer on hand, is the education of our our public as well on our budget. And as we create the new budget, really being able to simply sort of highlight, this is the old one, this is the new, and this is the change in very kind of layman's terms, so that anybody can pick it up and understand, okay, I got it. I see what changes were happening and what we're investing in or what was different from the prior year.
Yes. We are committed to that, and we're going to do that.
Thank you.
I just want to underline both things my colleagues have said. Ms. Vivosa, I appreciate the bite-size approach and the how methodical and thoughtful the calendar is overall, so that we can really digest this information. And I think the big thing and the public education, not this kind of public education, but the public education about the budget piece that really stuck out to me from what you said tonight was the increased costs on healthcare and other things. And I think the public understanding the constraints that puts us on, because those are out of our control, fixed costs. And, as a board member, I've really appreciated understanding that, but I don't think most people who aren't sitting through these meetings as we are may not necessarily fully appreciate the elements of the budget that are really not in our control, especially those healthcare costs for retirees really stuck out for me as an example. And look, I want our retirees to have good healthcare. This is not about that. It's really just making sure the public understands when we don't do things that we might want to do because we're constrained, even if the levy goes up, just making sure that the folks that are voting on this really have a good understanding of those constraints that we're clearly going to be facing this cycle, as well as the ESSER decline. I mean, those are, I guess I'm just saying this for us all to really process how little latitude we're going to have this year in terms of this budget. That's what I'm hearing from you all with this as a, appetizer. And I think that making sure, to Ms. Ross's point, that we also explain that really clearly in our budget presentations will be really helpful. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for that very astute summarization of what it is that we are saying. So there's not going to be a lot of wiggle room for us to do a whole lot of anything beyond what the budget will predict next year. And I also need to reinforce that over the last 2 years, while we were using ESSER funds, we were working very hard to put persons into the general budget all along. The cliff is here. It ends, this July 30, August 31st. It ends August 31st. But in order to prepare the budget for next year, we have to roll people that are still remaining in ESSER. We have to roll some of our programming that is paid for out of ESSER into our general budget. So that is going to make for an even more stringent pathway as it relates to our budget.
Could I give an example of the constraints? We had a conversation with NYSER. So NYSER is our New York State insurance reciprocal. And they, of course, came back and said, hey, we're going to actually increase your insurance rate, 20%. And they said, they had a conversation with Putnam, Rockland, and Westchester County folks only, and said, your particular rates are going up. In addition, Westchester only, and I think I mentioned this to you this morning, Westchester school districts only, in the event of a named storm next school year, you will have to automatically front $1 million. Forget in the insurance piece, you just have to fork over $1 million for the initial response to that. So okay, we weren't prepared for that. So now how do we manage that? How do we prepare for that? And what if and the what ifs? And so there are just so many moving parts right now. And Joy mentioned that there are other districts that did not fare well in their initial first run. And so they're advocating for more dollars. Well, if you get more dollars, then where are you taking those dollars from? Are you going to take those dollars from our pot? How is this working? And so there's just so many moving parts. And so, yes, there are so many constraints there, and we're taking them all into consideration and trying to figure out what's the best plan for us moving forward responsibly.
Do any of my other colleagues have any questions? All right, thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
So I'd like to thank formally Carlos and Joy for that presentation. I also want to recognize Dawn and thank her. So that's the checks and balances of our financial organization. So as we prepare for the next step in our budget, we hope that you take this level of understanding to really apply it to what we're going to be discovering over the next few meetings. So at this point, we're going to ask the board to transition back, and we will continue with the rest of our agenda.
So next up on the agenda is liaison reports. Do any of my colleagues have any liaison reports to make? Ms. Bavosa?
I'm thrilled to announce that the gala had approximately 300 people in attendance. We raised a great deal of money. Numbers have not been finalized. When they are, I will announce that. But we are going to be starting, in addition to the SAT, ACT program, in addition to so many other activities like Poetry Out Loud that's coming up, we're going to be, again, after years of absence, offering a chess program to all elementary school students, hopefully beginning as early as this spring because of the monies that were raised. So the Fund for Educational Excellence is booming, doing great things, and we would love to encourage more people in the community to join us as members. As far as the Rescue Health and Safety Committee goes, Keith mentioned how that $100-some-odd million was being spent, but also so many things have been done to keep these buildings in good repair, and it would be remiss on my part if I were not to mention that I'm pretty stunned at how we have fared, and much thanks to the committee for all that they've looked into. There was also money that was saved because of the new program that had been instituted, so over $20,000 saved. I will have more specifics when we have a meeting at the end of this month, but I would like to thank the people on that committee as well.
Thank you, Ms. Bavosa. Any other liaison reports? Seeing none, we're going to move on to public comment. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to convene into the public comment period of the meeting. The Board of Education adopted policy 1230 in April 2022 to ensure all members of the public had the opportunity to speak at both of our board meetings each month. We believe it is crucial for us to hear from our community members about their concerns and issues. Having said that, please note that the board is here to listen. The public comment period is not designed to be a discussion. Accordingly, understand the board will not respond to your concerns and questions tonight. We take your concerns and questions seriously and want to have sufficient time to process and research issues if need be. We will, however, respond to your questions and concerns at a future meeting or if the proper staff member get back to you at the appropriate time. I also want to point out that under state and federal privacy laws, we are unable to entertain any comments or questions about school personnel and students. Please know, however, that we take personnel concerns very seriously. On these matters, we would ask you to go through the appropriate administrative channels. Finally, we recognize that right now our nation and our community are polarized on a number of issues. That said, we want our school board meetings to serve as an example to our students that members of our school board and members of our community can deal with controversial issues in a civil manner and demonstrate mutual respect for one another. In that spirit, we will insist that all speakers and members of the audience maintain civility and respect for any divergent views that others possess. We ask that speakers please address their comments to the board directly rather than the audience. In the unlikely event the meeting becomes unruly, the board will recess the meeting and return once order has been restored. Finally, I want to remind everyone that you may submit written comments to the board in lieu of speaking during the public comment period if you so choose. Tonight, we've set aside 45 minutes for public comment where each speaker who is signed up before 3:30 today has 3 minutes to speak. If a person requests to speak after 3:30, speakers may sign up in person at the meeting with the clerk. Our first speaker of the night is Mr. Malfitano.
Thank you. Good evening. Vince Malfitano. The meeting the other night at Isaac, you had a group come up talking about a moment of activity or whatever with yoga to get the kids going. Not necessary. Mr. Houtman has been coming here for years talking about a moment of silence. Let the kids direct themselves. They don't need to sit there and go, let's just think about what he was proposing. Also, I think Ms. Barbosa had mentioned something that I took note of, the discrepancy in the caseload of counselors between Isaac and Albert Leonard. That needs to be remedied. Also, her commentary regarding the lack of response for students trying to get recommendations. I understand, and that's critical stuff, and I'm so glad you brought that up. And I'm sure there's ways to resolve that. But one thing I did want to go over very quickly, and Mr. Iannuzzi, I want to thank you for your quick response to my request for more information about how do we establish a child's age when they register for school. And you forwarded some material to me, and I didn't see it all when I responded. But here's the thing that concerns me. You know, my dad was a doctor, and he saw illness everywhere. I've been trained in law, and maybe I see issues of law everywhere that maybe others might not. But on the issue of establishing a child's age, the material you cited to me, Education Law 3218, 1D, I believe, I looked through it, and some of it, and here's what it says. It says, the commissioner has determined that if a parent presents a birth certificate or a baptismal, no other information can be presented. But what do you do with a parent who throws that away? Okay, well, in the next thing, you have something that says, if a child comes without a birth certificate or baptismal, you can use a passport. Well, what if they don't have that? Well, then there's a list of things can be used, a driver's license, a school photo, and some, but the thing that concerns me is the state of New York now says you can establish a child's age by a record from a nonprofit international aid agency. Well, you know, the Anwar folks over in Palestine, that's an international agency for relief. What do you do with a situation where somebody is faking the name and age of a kid, shows up somewhere and says, this is my son, this is his age, to some international aid agency that either has no interest or ability to check? We're going to register them for school? Now, I understand it's state, but you guys ought to express some concern about this. We have 85,000 kids presently lost in the United States. I wonder where they're going to school.
Thank you, Mr. Malfitano. Next up is Ms. Dasim.
Good evening. I'm going to start with the Code of Conduct presentation. So a couple of things that kind of jumped out at me is when I heard we're going to look at stakeholders and expand the program. I'm sorry, Mr. Reynolds talks about having their back. I feel like, yo, hey. This thing about the stakeholders, what kept coming to my mind was, I hope that we have in here that we're going to speak to the parents and students who actually, how should I say, utilize this system more than any others. I didn't get that sense. When we talked about expanding, we talked about English learners, we talked about special ed, and I'm thinking, I want to hear from the kids who you have at the library. I want to hear from the kids who have been expelled from school for like a year. Like they go through the summer vacation and they come back and start a new school year still being expelled from school. Those are the parents and the students that we should be talking about, but I don't see that in this document. You may have it, but that's what was standing out to me. And again, you know, we're really great at redoing these documents and mission statements, but in practice, it never gets to the practice level because we've been doing this, you know, restorative practice and better code of conduct and more humane, but still make sure that we're, you know, strict and disciplined forever. But, you know, we're still sending kids to superintendent hearings without parents and students speaking to the principal of the school or any of the assistant principals, and parents not understanding why they're in this process, and the child having missed a lot of their services, and since September and now we are in February, still haven't received those services. So we're missing the mark big time. But we have everything on documents, and so we have to figure out how to bring that together. So in terms of budget, the budget process is lacking, not just from this year, but from a few years back. We had full budget meetings on budget only. We would be at the library, and we're not doing that. We had demographers, we had presentation from BOCES, we had presentations from facilities, so we knew the details. I knew how many security guards we were hiring, how much we were gonna pay them, what it was gonna cost. We don't know that anymore. We gotta get back to that because we don't understand what's in this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seem. Would anyone else like to sign up for public comment tonight? Ms. Carl, come on up.
Lorraine Carl, 43 Belmont Avenue. I really feel that the community must see the budget if that charter school comes to New Rochelle. I really think that people do not understand how grave the situation will be. And also, as far as any type of money for fixing schools, I'm hoping we're on the list to having this auditorium refurbished, new comfy chairs, so that when you sit down for any of the meetings you attend, that you can say, I've never had a more comfortable chair. This auditorium, I don't even know how old it is, because I'm sure our PTA would try to raise funds, but I think it's the responsibility of the district to refurbish the auditorium. I'm very concerned about charter school. I understand we shouldn't mention the name of the school or the person proposing it, but parents and stakeholders must understand what it means if the charter school comes to New Rochelle and what the public schools will be losing. I'm hoping you can have some type of town hall meeting and we get a big audience, because there are a lot of questions out there, and I don't know if the survey really answered everyone's questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carl. Would anyone else like to sign up for public comment? Seeing none, we're going to move on to the next agenda item, which is personnel resolutions. Colleagues, can I get a motion in a second to approve consent agenda for personnel resolutions number 24-248, 1 through 1, number 24-249, 1 through 23, number 24-250, 1 through 13, number 24-251, 1 through 4, and number 24-252, 1 through 17, according to the recommended action for each item.
So moved, Bavosa.
Second, Castellano Minaya.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Next up is general resolutions. Colleagues, can I get a motion and a second to approve consent agenda for general resolutions number 24-253 through number 24-265, according to the recommended action for each item?
So moved, Bavosa.
Second, Ross.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Our next meeting will be this following Tuesday on February 13th. Due to the winter break, we're doing it 1 week after the other at Columbus School, with the public portion starting at 7 o'clock. Tonight, we are adjourning in memory of Margaret Marigliano, a retired secretary at Trinity School, who passed away on January 2nd, 2024. Colleagues, can I get a motion and a second to adjourn the meeting?
So moved, Ross.
Second, Bavosa.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Good night, everyone.